Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Tonight, the Royals begin a 10-game road trip and 3 in Baltimore against the Orioles. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Udler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. The Royals arrive here having lost 5 of their last 6 games. The starting pitching has stumbled, and the Royals are having a tough time scoring runs.
One of the reasons the runs aren't crossing the plate is because they've been facing some really good starting pitching. These teams are stepping up with a lot to gain here in September. The pressure's on, but they've got to score at least 3-4 runs, though, and they can get the job done because the pitching will stop that.
Trying to support Danny Duffy tonight. Our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard shows us it doesn't take much to support Danny Duffy.
They have 12 runs in his last 6 starts. Sure, every pitcher would like more because we all are greedy for runs, but however, it doesn't take much. The long ball, be nice to see him break it out here at Camden Yards. It's a place where home runs can be hit. But Duffy, if he's down and out over that plate, he should be fine with that power fastball working.
Royals have already taken 3 out of 4 from the Orioles. That was at Kauffman Stadium, and the Royals have had their problems this year against home run hitting teams in home run hitting ballparks. Forget, and it is true today, and all throughout the country we observed a moment of silent reflection before a very stirring rendition of our national anthem performed by members of the U.S. Army Chorus. It is Mike Moustakas' birthday. He was 13 years old September 11, 2001, and has admitted that while he will never forget that day, that his birthday has never been the same. It is not a day of celebration for him. He may enjoy the night before or the night after, but that not only changed the way he celebrates his birthday, but I'm sure everyone else on September the 11th. So he'll do the best he can today to celebrate by playing baseball. And game 1 of 3 with the Baltimore Orioles. Royals baseball is brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Every ticket you play gives back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. And by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Visit your local Chevy dealers today for great prices on all the new 2015 vehicles. Royals will actually play 17 of their last 23 games on the road, and the Royals lead is 11 over Minnesota. This is the 141st day in first place for the Royals. That is a franchise record, passing the 1976 team in first place for 139 days. So a magic number of 13 to clinch the Central Division. And before we get to the first pitch, let's welcome in Joe Goldberg.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. About to get started here, and this is familiar territory for the Royals. You can really say that they stepped onto the national stage here in the American League Championship Series. Just talking to Rusty Kuntz, and he said, we had the momentum coming in here, and then just kept on going. Very hostile environment, second only to Kauffman Stadium, and they proved themselves. So did Lorenzo Cain, becoming superstars on the national stage. Lo Cain went 6 for 8 here in Baltimore in that ALCS on the way to winning the league championship MVP, and the Royals back now in Baltimore.
And the Royals, if you include the postseason, have won 8 of their last 9 against the Orioles. And tonight they face a big man, 6'6", 215 pounds, rookie Mike Wright.
Big guy likes his fastball. He'll average 90 to maybe some 98s, we'll see, but mainly he's around 93, 94 miles an hour. Royals like this type of hitter. Slider, changeup, curveball.
1-2 on Zobrist.
It's a big body. Obviously, he'll struggle to repeat his delivery at times. Sometimes he'll leave some fastballs up in the zone, and this is exactly what the Royals like.
2-2.
There you see there's his pitches. Heavy on the fastballs. The changeup's a pitch he'll throw to both lefties and righties.
Out to Hardy at shortstop, and he'll take care of Zobrist. 1 down. And you don't expect many mistakes defensively when facing the Baltimore Orioles. They have committed just 61 errors this year. That's tied for fewest in the major leagues.
And they got a rookie in right field, Daniel Alvarez, who's a nice up-and-coming young star. But Joseph, he's all of a sudden taken that catching job and run with it. Do a nice job of throwing guys out right under 30%.
Slow curveball to Alex Gordon. Alex did miss a beat after being out for almost 8 weeks, at least at the plate. 455 since coming back from the disabled list during the last homestand. Medios saying that until the middle of this road trip, until perhaps the end of the road trip, Alex will still have 2 games on, 1 game off, and then that will transition to the end of the regular season of 3 games on and 1 game off.
Well, if you look back, the timing couldn't have been any better for Alex. That injury looked really serious at the time, and wasn't sure he'd even be able to play in September. But let alone, he's already back and he's raking immediately in that second hole.
2 up, 2 down. Mike Wright gets his first strikeout.
We're going to see a lot of those fastballs, especially first time through the order. Big guy's got a lot, big wind up, big delivery, a lot of arms and legs coming at you. And they'll have to discipline themselves to lay off of that pitch if they're going to have some success.
He is making just his 8th major league start tonight, after a very successful minor league career. Twice he was the Orioles minor league pitcher of the year, so they've been waiting on him.
Yeah, and their other young prospect, Dylan Bundy, having some shoulder problems. Well, ooh, my.
And in this park, you never know, and it is gone way out of here, out of any ballpark. But any fly ball to left field, left center here, and you never know. Lorenzo Cain, and we just showed you how well he has done against the Orioles, and he hits his 15th home run of the season, and the Royals lead 1-0.
Royals have never faced Wright before, but they know he likes the fastball and he's going to leave some up over the plate. And like I said, you know, our Royals, they love the fastball. No matter how hard you throw it, it's where you throw it. And if it's right there, you're going to get a lean back from Lorenzo Cain. 15th on the season. I know there was a lot of people when the beginning of the season started wondering what Lorenzo Cain's numbers would be a full season hitting third. And there were some saying, well, he might have 10 to 15 homers. There were others that said he could have 15 to 20.
0-2 on Hosmer.
Where he is now, I mean, with a few weeks left, you never know. He could get hot and hit that 20 mark, but it doesn't really matter. He's been doing his job in that 3-hole, scoring runs and driving them home.
Hosmer chased a fastball up. That was the same pitch that got Gordon for a strikeout. Career high 81 RBIs for Eric Hosmer. And again, chasing a fastball up. So Wright made one bad pitch, and Lorenzo Cain hits his 15th home run, and the Royals take a first inning lead.
Oh man, that was clean. Nice lean back low, Cain. Baltimore Orioles lineup tonight. The Orioles
Just took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, but over a longer stretch, they have lost 15 of their last 20, and that's dropped them out of the American League East and wild card race. Tonight they'll face Danny Duffy. Kia puts us in the driver's seat, and Danny Duffy has pitched well against the Orioles. He has appeared in 4 games, 3 of those starts, a 2 ERA, and had one of the best starts of his career against the Orioles last year, taking a perfect game into the 7th inning. Ball 1 to Nolan Reimold.
Didn't miss by much. That's exactly where he wants to stay all night against the Birds. Again, hey, look, just keep throwing it there. If they hit it, they're going to hit it at somebody. Down the lower quadrant of the zone, you force those hitters to lift it. There's only one guy in their lineup that loves it down there, and that's Chris Davis. Duffy's been using a lot of fastballs in his last 3 or 4 starts, more so than he did earlier in the season. And there's a reason. It's good when it's located properly. He'll hit some 96s, 97. He's got a nice slider, curve combination. Changeup's a good one. All those work well when they're down. Obviously, his key is to keep the ball in the yard. Wow. How about that? All pitches right where he wants to stay. So you can't control the umpire zone, but you let that go. Because look where all these have missed. Look at that. You know, if Duffy pitches everyone like that, he'll keep them in the yard.
And the Royals defensively tonight, presented by Ford.
Lorenzo Cain, he's one of the best, there's no doubt. 15+ runs saved. That's 3rd among outfielders in the American League. Overall, the Royals, 61 total runs saved. That's best in AL and Major League Baseball. Next closest team is the Diamondbacks. They're 2 behind the Royals. They've had a good defensive year as well.
Five straight, low and out of the strike zone, and now Salvador Perez goes out to chat with Danny.
And he hasn't missed by much. So really, what Salvy's is telling him, don't worry about it. Just get out there and let's get into this rhythm of this game. Don't let the umpire get in your head. Reimold, the leadoff hitter, is not a base stealer. He's up there because he has a good on base percentage. Machado, back at the K, he was the one leading off.
Having a very good year offensively and defensively, Manny Machado. That'll be into the crowd. 27 home runs for Machado. His previous career high was 14, and last year missed a big chunk of the season with knee surgery. He was not with the Orioles when the Royals swept Baltimore in the American League Championship Series.
We've seen Danny Duffy make big improvements over the course of the year, and most guys do that are young and trying to get established. This is one of them. The reason he's got 17 ground ball outs on those double plays, and that's a career high for him. Previous was 7. He's taken some more off these pitches. He's pitching to contact, and he's letting the defense do his work for him.
2-2.
The other thing, Danny has a very good step off move, and he's not showing it anymore in the first inning because it's meaningless. He's saving that for when it really counts. Reimold hasn't stolen a base all year. Duffy knows that. He's not going to show his step off move. It's important to hold that card until you really need it later in the game. When the guy gets out there. The Birds don't run all that much.
They are last in the league in stolen bases. And he just continues to pound Machado in. That time with a breaking ball. Still 2-2.
Machado, he has grounded into 15 this year. Let's see if Duffy can keep it down.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Dangerous part of the lineup. Machado, 27 home runs. Jones on deck has 25 home runs. And then after Jones, Davis has 41 home runs. So this is not the time to be giving up free bases. And Duffy has already walked Reimold.
Now, if you look at the numbers that the Orioles have facing Duffy in their career, not a lot of damage. There's not one guy in the lineup that has multiple hits. A lot of one-fers in there and no homers. So that's going to be the key for Duffy.
And now Machado walks. And he came back after being down 1-2.
Same situation here, and Duffy going with the 3-2 changeup. Little leery of throwing him a 3-2 fastball there.
Jones is back in the lineup tonight. He's been bothered by a sore right shoulder and missed a couple of games. Just about every hitter in the Orioles lineup tonight, with the exception of Davis, has been in a prolonged slump. Almost entire Orioles lineup has gone cold at the same time.
Well, this is a good time to face him. Duffy, obviously, this first inning trying to gauge his pitches. Trying to figure out which pitch is going to work for him in the strike zone. Lots of times when a guy's wild and walked a few, those hitters are going to be looking for that heater. But with that type of velocity, he can get away with mistakes just like that over the middle of the plate. That's why he's been trusting his fastball a lot more. There it is. He's 1 for 9. And Jones has grounded into 18 double plays. So boy, that really lift up Duffy here if he can get a little ground ball.
Out over the plate and pulled foul. Salvador Perez was set up inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's exactly what Jones is looking for. And there it was over the middle. He's out in front. And Duffy took a little bit off.
That's like hitting the bullseye of the grid there.
Yeah, right in the middle. Got to be careful there.
Got him to chase a pitch up. And it's still 2-2.
Duffy's slider curveball combination there, it fits located properly on the outer half, the back door they call that, and it goes into contact zone. That's a good pitch to get a ground ball on if it's down. Changeups away, make sure they stay away, but stay away from the fastball unless you bring it upstairs.
And a breaking ball almost hit him. And another full count.
Same situation as Machado. He threw him a changeup and walked it. See if he elects to throw Davis, who's looking for a fastball here. Jones, excuse me. So Salvi breaks the tension up a little bit by going out there.
Go back to middle of August, and as a team, the Orioles are batting .223 and averaging under 4 runs per game. which seems impossible when they play half their games in this ballpark, and they have guys like Machado, Jones, Davis, Pierce in their lineup. Wieters struck him out, so big out, and now Duffy can hope for a ground ball and an inning-ending double play. So a little visit from Salvador Perez, as you said, Hud, it broke the tension, maybe relaxed Danny.
It did, and so far early in this one, Duffy's trying to be too fine instead of just going out and throwing it. Duffy now had a 12-pitch first inning in his last start. He's had to expend a few more pitches here, but if he can place it just right, he'll get that double play. Although Davis is the one guy that loves the low ball, and he's 0 for 6 in his career against Duffy. I'll throw high fastballs to this guy. Duffy's average against left-handed hitters has gradually come down all year long. But now they're just at 242. Early in the season, he was leaving the pitches up and they were hitting. So Showalter only has one lefty in the lineup.
Here's the high fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Davis in his career has not been a good hitter against left-hand pitching, but this year he has added about almost 70 points to his average against left-handers. So he's made an adjustment, facing a tough lefty here. And now Duffy falls behind 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, again, most of the Orioles bats have gone cold over the past couple of weeks, and so has the team, but Chris Davis has stayed hot. Here we are just on the 11th of September, and Davis has put up those numbers already. 2 on with 1 out. Grounded foul outside of first base. Davis leads the major leagues with 41 home runs. Our Toyota League leaders shows us he is second in the league with 104 RBIs. In front of Kendrys Morales, and with the count 2 balls 2 strikes, Davis also leads the major leagues with 182 strikeouts.
He's amazing how easy he swings.
Got him. 183 strikeouts. So 2 walks followed by 2 strikeouts. And now Duffy will get Steve Pierce.
It's exactly how you pitch Davis. Talked about how he's such a natural, great low ball hitter. Get him above the belt. They stayed with it. Good plan.
Pierce so far having a down year. After a very good year last year, he has spent some time on the disabled list. He spent a lot of time on the disabled list in his career. First and second, 2 down. There's a borderline pitch that goes Danny's way the first time. Breaking ball popped up. Perez to the Orioles dugout. He's got it. So give Perez a lot of credit in that inning. Like a jockey, he helped get Duffy through that inning, and appropriately the final out lands in his glove. 16 Royals Fan Fest presented by Commerce Bank. It's going to start on Friday, January 29th and go into Saturday, January 30th at the KC Convention Center. It's a family-friendly event. Will feature player autograph sessions, slugger appearances, Royals merchandise, activities, and much more. And you can get those tickets now at Royals.com/FanFest. And what will we be celebrating next year at FanFest?
Well, I know one thing for sure. Just people in royal blue and seeing players. They always love that. But could be more, we hope.
2-0 on Kendrys Morales. He drove in 11 during the Royals homestand. 4 doubles, 2 home runs, and he hits a shot to center field. Jones can't make the play. And the Royals begin the second inning with a runner at second base. Morales continues to close in on his career high for doubles. That is number 40. He had 43 with the Angels in 2009.
Oh, man. He gets under that just a quarter of an inch. That's a homer dead center. He just squared this one up. Looked like that ball had a little bit of sink to it. Sunk right in the barrel of Morales' bat. Jones got a break on it a second too late, and that cost him making the catch. Moose knows what to do here. Try to pull one over, get him over to the third base. No lead will be safe here tonight at Camden Yards.
Kendrys Morales, man, what a year. Second in the league in doubles, third in the league in RBIs. Infield is shifted for Moustakas. 2 balls and no strikes. And while the Royals have fond memories of this ballpark from the postseason last year, Mike Moustakas individually, he homered in both games that the Royals played here, drove in 3. And when it was all said and done, Moustakas had a Royals record 5 postseason home runs. 2-1.
That was the pitch he wanted. He waited, got him 2-0 count, got the heater, just pulled off at a tick. But what Moose is doing now is he's just using his hands. It's very comfortable, and they're in a comfortable starting position. Doesn't have his hands up over his shoulder. They're right on the city of Kansas City. That's where he likes it. He's sitting right there, ready to strike. Not as much body, more hands.
That'll be out of play. Mike Wright allowed a home run to Lorenzo Cain with 2 down in the first inning. He ended up striking out 2 in the inning. He is most vulnerable, Mike Wright is, very early in the count, which seems to play to the Royals' strength because they are ready to swing very early in the count. That was the pitch that Wright wanted Moustakas to chase. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And we mentioned at the top of the show that the Royals come into tonight's game having lost 5 of their last 6 games and just haven't gotten a big hit, a really big game-changing hit over that stretch, hitting just 189 with runners in scoring position.
Challenge him here.
Pierce to right, so it's an out, but a productive out as Morales gets to third. And the same could be said for Mike Wright when you're talking about innings. He is most vulnerable in the first 3 innings and then begins to settle in after that. So this is the time to get the 6'6" right-hander.
Looks like Buck Showalter's going to have his infielders play in to cut Morales down at home. I'm sure with just 1 out, I don't think Morales will be going on the contact play in the infield. So he's told to be freezing on the line drive. And go back and tag. Salvi looking for something up.
Ball one. Royals had a chance to take 2 out of 3 in the series against Minnesota if they had better situational hitting in the final game of that series on Wednesday. In fact, they had a chance to win the game in the 10th inning. Runners at first and third, and just 1 out.
I think they pressed a little too hard. Instead of letting the game come to them, they went after it and they hit into some outs.
2-0.
But typically, Angels win games like that. I mean, the Royals. Excuse me.
Angels do too. I mean, they win games like that too, don't they? They won 98 games last year. Pittsburgh also wins games like that. 3-0 on Salvi.
You could have bet, if you were a bet man, that the Royals would have won that game.
I thought the game was over.
I had my stuff all packed and ready to go.
Now, you were working the game with Fizz, but I thought the ground ball to Escobar at shortstop, when he bobbled it, I thought the game was over. There was a few times I thought the game was over. But so it goes. 3-0 on Salvi. And now Mike Wright feeling the effects of a tight strike zone as Salvi walks with 1 out.
Hard to walk Salvi. That's just his 11th walk of the season.
A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Alex Rios, at the very minimum, needs to get a ball to the outfield and get Morales in from third. The Orioles are hoping for a ground ball and a double play. And Wright's first fastball was up in the strike zone. 0-1. And now Rios thinks that pitch was too high. A little bit outside at 96. Morales opened the inning with a double, his 40th. With 1 out, Salvador Perez walked on 4 straight pitches. Almost hit him. 2-1.
Rios likes to pull. I want him thinking middle of the field here. I want to hit that ground ball on the ground. I got to get this run home. If you think opposite field, your hands don't roll over on contact. Keep him inside the ball. He's pounding him in there. That was ball 3.
Another thing too, if you're thinking opposite field right now against Wright, look at that right side of the infield. There is virtually nobody there. If you want to count Scope, who's about 2 or 3 steps to the right of second base.
And if he was thinking that way, he wouldn't have swung at that last pitch. He likes to pull.
Drilled to center field. Jones gets behind it. He had to leave his feet. If he doesn't leave his feet, he probably gets a better throw. So Morales comes home on the sac fly. And Salvador Perez with a heads-up play, tagging up as well. The Royals lead 2-0.
Nice job by Rios. Taking that fastball, staying in the middle of the field. That's exactly what he wanted to do. And the ball was hit so hard. Adam Jones out there, who has a good arm with 16 outfield assists, he wasn't able to get behind it enough to where he could get a good throw off of. But he hit it hard. He had to hold, and he caught it on the hop. And then Pierce, not the best glove man, had an out right there, and he just couldn't get it. He saw Salvi coming. Got to just catch it and throw it. Take advantage of a mistake here. See if Escobar can somehow find a way to knock Salvi in.
Breaking ball, a little bit low, ball 1.
Take a look at Salvi. He says, all right, I got a chance here. Had to read the throw. He's not exactly one of the most polished Royals base runners, but he did the job.
He won't be joining the ballet anytime soon, but he'll have a den full of gold gloves when it's all said and done.
Sure will.
Timeout. Dave Wallace, Orioles pitching coach, goes out to have a chat with Mike Wright. Well, chances are in this ballpark you are not going to win a game which is 2 runs, and yet lately it's been the opponents beating the Royals at their own game. Both the White Sox and Minnesota played very good defensively. The Royals had several lineouts, and the Royals have been playing from behind lately. It's been the Royals most of the season scoring early and holding the opponent off, but Ned Yost and the Royals and watching the opponents score the runs early in the game, and the Royals have tried to play catch up. So nice to have a 2-0 lead in the second inning, hoping for more as Escobar's in a hitter's count with Perez at second base. Got the fastball that he wanted, maybe muscled up and tried to do too much with it. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Right fielder Daniel Alvarez playing very deep. All Escobar has to do is just lob one out there to right.
He does. And Alvarez charging to the line, and he didn't make the play. Escobar's into second base with an RBI double. The Royals lead 3-0, and it looked the whole way like Alvarez didn't read the slice, and the ball just kept breaking away from him and away from him, running away from him, and he wasn't able to catch it.
We've seen a lot of defenses when Escobar comes up playing him very shallow, and this is the reason why. With 2 strikes, he gets out. He likes to go the other way. Look, he was way out of position there. He was way deep. He was playing him to pull, and almost on the warning track.
And now Zobrist with a chance to drive in Escobar, and he grounds it to the right side scope. A sliding play to get Zobrist, and that saved a 3rd run in the second inning. But after getting 1 in the first, the Royals had 2 more in the second for a 3-0 lead.
Well, I can tell you, he's proud. Big red.
Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag KCDataStrongFan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast, maybe even tonight. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Once again, hashtag KCDataStrongFan. Jonathan Scope just saved a run with a sliding play to throw out Ben Zobrist in the top of the second inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Danny Duffy in the bottom of the first walked the first hitter on 4 straight pitches. In fairness to him, they all 4 were very close. Then he walked Manny Machado, so he was in trouble right away. But he rebounded to strike out Jones, strike out Davis, and then got Pierce to foul out. And the only damage done when the inning was over was all the pitches that he had to throw. 26. Pulled deep but foul.
And we talked about in the open of our show tonight that Duffy hasn't got a whole lot of runs, but really all he's needed was just 3+ runs. And they've already got 3, and the way they're looking, they're going to get some more too. But Duffy wants to keep that ball down and out of the middle. His changeup's been good. And remember, the Orioles are just 7-34 when they don't hit a home run.
There is really no plan B or C offensively for them. You already pointed out that they don't have much of a running game. They are last in the league in stolen bases. So like the old popular television show used to say, it's all or nothing here on Home Run Derby.
That's right.
Good breaking ball down and out of the strike zone. Scope strikes out, and that's Duffy's 3rd tonight.
Nice. Duffy executed really good changeup and a breaking ball in this at bat here. Had Scope shaking his head saying, okay, it's pretty good. And that changeup that he swung and missed.
And now Caleb Joseph. And as Hud mentioned, he's getting a lot of playing time back of the plate as Matt Wieters is coming back from Tommy John surgery and taking a little longer than everyone had anticipated to come back from that.
Matt Wieters, their all-star catcher, is a free agent next year.
Chris Davis is a free agent. They lost Nick Markakis and Nelson Cruz after last year. One and 1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And the 3rd catcher, Steve Clevenger, he's done a nice job too. Clevenger's 58 at bats, is hitting .310.
Three and 1 on Joseph. So the pitch count is an early concern for Duffy, coming up on 40 pitches with 1 out in the 2nd inning. However, the Royals are coming off an off day, so the entire bullpen should be available. Full count.
Hey, to see what he does. If he does what he did to Adam Jones, just rear back and throw it by him.
Tried to, and it's fouled away.
I think the 1st inning, Duffy was trying to guide the ball. He was trying to be too fine. Now he's able to find his secondary pitches, and he's just throwing it now. That's what you want.
May have been out of the strike zone, fouled away again by Joseph. The Orioles slide coincides somewhat with a series at Kansas City. They're at Kauffman Stadium toward the end of August. The Royals took 3 out of 4, And they were still hanging on at that point for a chance to win the division. They were in the wild card race. Joseph goes down on strikes, back-to-back strikeouts in the second inning for Duffy. The Royals have teamed up with the Baseball Tomorrow Fund to bring you Royals Equipment Day on Wednesday, September 23rd, where all fans are encouraged to donate gently used gloves, baseballs, hats, or helmets to benefit Alta Vista High School. Donations will be collected outside the Diamond Club from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Again, that's Wednesday, September 23rd. And get your tickets now at Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. And that game on the 23rd will be against the Seattle Mariners. J.J. Hardy takes inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Like he was behind a changeup, which was 86 miles an hour.
Wasn't a good swing.
Hardy is just back from the disabled list on Tuesday. He had a groin strain. Off the end of the bat. Cain coming in. He's got it. Got a very good jump. So Jones didn't get a good jump against Morales in the second. The Royals end up scoring 2 runs. Cain does get a good jump, and Duffy has a 1-2-3 bottom of the second.
Cain can.
Will miss the rest of the year with a fracture in his right leg. 31 home runs, 79 driven in. He had really been slumping badly recently, so they went back in there and took another look at the leg, and sure enough, it was a fracture. So he is done, and now in a very important series between the Yankees and the Blue Jays, a 4-game series. They had a game rained out yesterday, and Blue Jays scored 5 runs in the first inning. Josh Donaldson homered. Big shocker there. Was that his 93rd home run of the year?
At least.
Our Mazda game break will show us Donaldson in the first inning. Justin Smoke also homered in that first inning at New York. Number 38 for Josh Donaldson. A little delay there. Alex Gordon had a very late swing on a pitch, and he hit a shot into the crowd, and now a shot up the first base side, and Pierce makes a good play. The Orioles had him in the right spot, right on the line. But the pitch before that, Alex hit a low line drive, and boy, with three little boys sitting right behind the Royals dugout, and thankfully everyone's all right. Hopefully next year that's not an option for someone to get hit beyond the dugouts.
We'll have to see if they make some adjustments there. Now that ball, too bad for Alex, it hopped right up to Pierce. They were very fortunate.
Lorenzo Cain homered to left center field in the first inning, his 15th of the year. The Royals added 2 more runs in the second inning. Rios and Escobar driving in the runs.
Wright wanted that one. I don't blame him. So at least Mark Carlson, home plate umpire, he's not calling the low strike tonight. That was a good changeup down low.
That was a changeup in on his hands, and he pulls it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. If you include regular season and postseason, Lorenzo Cain is now hitting .500 in his last 9 games. That includes driving in 5 and scoring 7 times.
Lorenzo Cain has become just another 4-letter word here in Baltimore. Believe it. He's been a pain in their side. Looking for that fastball, but Wright doesn't want to give it to him.
Full count. Hosmer's on deck.
He's throwing that changeup to righties and lefties. He's not afraid to. That a lot of right-handed pitchers won't throw the changeup to the right-handed batters, largely because the ball moves into him. It's a little bit easier to hit that ball coming in, that changeup, than going away.
Orioles were anticipating a sellout crowd tonight. On a Friday night, there was a giveaway which attracted more fans than normal. Hardy, the shortstop, will bring it down, and there are 2 away.
Fastball looks good up there, but so does this ballpark with fans in it.
This is one of those ballparks, at least for me, and Jacobs Field, now Progressive Field in Cleveland, Safeco Field in Seattle. In the early years, I could never imagine it being anything but full. And when the Orioles were down for several years, and to come here and see this place half empty just seemed impossible, because for years and years and years this place was absolutely rocking. The first 9 seasons here, Hud, they averaged 40,000 fans.
But I don't think it rocked any louder than when Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's record. Everyone and anyone who was in baseball or in any political position in the country, president was here, anyone was here, everyone. It was amazing how the whole baseball world shut down for that weekend.
Hosmer struck out first time up. Now he takes a 4-pitch walk. And that's the second given up by Mike Wright. Live the legend and bring the whole family out to the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. Experience the all-new zip line and daily craft beer tastings. Open every weekend from now through October 18th, plus Columbus Day. Discount tickets are available at kcrenfest.com. Kendrys Morales with 2 down and Hosmer at first base. He got the second inning rally started with a double to center field. And he scored on a sac fly from Rios, and then later in the inning Salvador Perez scored on a bloop double from Escobar.
So Wright taking a little bit off of his fastball. That one was at 91. So he's mixing up his pitches on his fastballs. And then there's a nice changeup. Go back with it.
And Morales lays off it. 1-2. Still 1-2. Jonathan Scope is about 10 yards out in shallow right field. Just outside.
This little slider. Down again. Carlson not giving him. That's where you want to pitch a guy like Morales.
Sometimes, and not all the time, but sometimes a pitcher will be penalized for not hitting his target. And Caleb Joseph 2 pitches ago was set up down and in, and he missed the target badly. So the catcher Joseph, he had to reach quite a ways to his left, but where he caught it appeared to still be in the strike zone. But it must be tempting for an umpire to call that a ball when you see the catcher have to move that much away from the intended target. Popped up into center field, and Jones is there for the out. So the Royals get a 2-out walk. They are scoreless in an inning for the first time tonight. Danny Duffy back to the mound with a 3-0 lead. Online with rapid pickup at delivery.panerabread.com. By Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Ram, keep your summer of fun alive with great deals at the Ram Labor Day sales event. Dariel Alvarez Takes just low, and that was the part, and they're going to call that a swing. So Duffy didn't get the call. That was the part of the strike zone where Danny was not getting strikes in the first inning, but Alvarez did swing. Ariel Alvarez from Cuba hits that well into left center field, and gone. That is his first major league home run. Ariel Alvarez puts the Orioles on the board, and the Royals lead is now 3-1. And that fan, if he is willing to give it back to the Orioles, will get a treasure chest full of autograph items for Alvarez's first major league home run ball.
You can tell by looking at him and his stance how he loads his lower half. He looks like a lot of the Cuban hitters that come over here. Look like a changeup out down on the outer half of the plate. It wasn't exactly a mistake, but got to credit the hitter. He will stay with it.
He's been summoned already. Let's see. I'll take an autograph bat.
Yep, little Camden Yards home run. Duffy's trying to help with some body English, bringing it back. Didn't work.
It is 23 feet shorter to left center field here than it is at Kauffman Stadium. Let's see. I'll take 4 tickets behind home plate. An autograph helmet. Escobar spins, throws, and gets Reimold.
Nice defensive play. This ball looked like it was heading up the middle. Escobar breaks to his left, makes his play in his sleep. Quick release, pirouette. Trusty 6'5" Gold Glover over there. Hosmer, no problem. Look at Zobrist is backing off, getting out of his way.
One out, and now Manny Machado. He walked in the first inning. What?
Well, you know, the Orioles.
Yeah, don't let that guy negotiate anything for you.
Yeah, the Oriole fan there is obviously a true fan. He knows it was a keepsake homer. But typically, the fan holds on to that ball and goes to the guest services.
Right. I mean, this is America, after all, right?
Yeah, I've never seen him give the ball back, and Dom Chidi, the bullpen coach, just gave him another ball.
I mean, that's just any old baseball that a reliever is going to use to warm up to come into the game. That guy turned down. I mean, I was trying to work a deal for him. I was thinking autograph bat, 4 tickets behind home plate, and an autograph helmet. Well, that guy there, you know, he might have the happiest life ahead of him compared to anyone else in this ballpark. He might be in ministry as far as we know. Okay, but now he will not have a successful career as a business negotiator. Machado grounds out to Zobrist, and there are 2 down.
Yeah, now see, they're going to take him for some treats now.
Either that or throw him in and say, if that's the way you negotiate, we're going to put you in the upper deck. We're going to put you in the euchre seats.
No, and you know what? Daniel Alvarez, he could, in 10 years from now, he could be one of the star players in the world.
Right.
And that, you know, that ball, he got his first home run. We don't know what Alvarez, what kind of career he's going to have. He looks like he's going to be good, though. Kid Alvarez, he tore up AAA this year.
Strike to Adam Jones. Maybe he's being ejected for throwing a ball at the Orioles bullpen coach. 0-2 on Jones. Duffy struck him out in the first inning.
Well, now maybe he's got his thinking cap on, his negotiation cap. He's telling his buddy, all right, let's see what we can get.
Well, his buddy's looking at his phone, and all their friends are recommending things that they should ask for. very high in the air. And Sal to the screen, but it's back into the crowd. All right, here's the deal. See, now his buddy's thinking, here's what you say. Okay. First thing you do is just listen. You know, be a well, not a fountain. Just take in the information. Okay, then we'll think about it but he already gave up the ball. He has no negotiating power now.
Well, I think the Orioles know how important it is.
Put on a good face.
Yeah, they're going to take care of Terry.
Duffy strikes out Jones again. If Sal can connect with Hosmer. Danny Duffy has struck out 5 in 3 innings. Dario Alvarez hits his first big league home run, but Duffy comes back to get the next 3. And at the end of 3, the Royals lead 3-1. Please join Major League Baseball and the entire baseball family as we remember those who lost their lives and who lost loved ones on September the 11th, 2001. We pay tribute to them and to the men and women who serve our country as we honor a pledge made 14 years ago today. We shall not forget. Oh, 2 on Mike Moustakas. He grounded out to first in the 2nd inning. Born on this date in 1988, so 27 years old. He was 14 on the day of the September 11th attacks. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Does that have lights on it?
I don't know, but she got up, moves to sign it. Saw a signature on it. There's a happy little girl. Happy birthday, Moose.
Vahe Gregorian of the Kansas City Star wrote a nice piece on how Moustakas' birthday, the tone of his birthday has changed since September the 11th, 2001. And it would seem odd on a day like today to do any celebrating, especially if you're alive on that date. Machado all by himself on the left side will make the play. Mike Wright gave up a home run to Cain in the 1st inning, and then a sac fly and an RBI double to Escobar in the 2nd inning. Salvador Perez scored one of the runs in the 2nd, reaching on a 4-pitch walk.
he alertly tagged on Rios' sac fly from first to second. It's a good heads-up play there.
Alvarez into right center field. He'll make the grab. 2 down. Wright is just making his second start after missing more than a month. He was on the disabled list with a strained calf. And in his first start back, he only went 4 innings and threw 80 pitches. So you figure tonight should be somewhere around 90-95 pitches. Most pitching coaches will say that as a pitcher adds pitches from one start to another, you're looking at 10 or 15 pitches for an increase from start to start. But we'll see. Rios hit a line drive to center field in the second inning, which ended up being a sacrifice fly. And now he belts it into deep left center field. Jones is on this one, and he'll make the play. Now, Rios has had 2 good swings. And for the first time tonight, the Royals go down in order. Returning will be at Kansas Sampler in Lenexa on Monday, September 21st. If you donate $25 toward the purchase of baseball equipment, you can take part in an autograph session from 5:30 to 6:30, featuring select Royals players, including Danny Duffy, who was gracious enough to join us again. Royals.com/gloves for kids. And I can give you a tentative list of Royals that will be there. Ned Yost was kind enough to work it into his schedule. He has another event later that night, but he's going to drop by. Paulo Orlando will be there. Terrence Gore, Christian Colon, Chesler Cuthbert, Drew Butera. And we got Tim Collins will be there, and a few other guys that are trying to clear their schedule. So we hope to see you on Monday, September 21st.
Yeah, that's a great program you put together, Ryan, especially watching in the last home game back at the K before the game, all the gloves that the players brought out and gave to the kids. You were out there. I could see the smiles on their faces. They were all jumping at the gloves that they were getting. And I saw one kid go, "No, I want that one." It was really special. Way to go, man. The glove makes a big difference in a kid's life. I know many of you fans out there remember your first glove. Way to go, Rhino. That's a great program.
And they did not know they were going to get gloves that night. And those 4 guys, when I asked them during batting practice if they'd come out and participate, they all said absolutely. Give a kid his first glove, not knowing that it was coming. Two and two on Davis. Duffy struck him out for a big out in the first inning. Duffy's first inning did not get off to a very good start as he walked the first 2 hitters. but then he struck out the next 2 hitters, including Davis, and got out of the inning without allowing a run. Duffy has struck out 5 already tonight, and that's lined into left center field, which was wide open. Royals were playing Davis toward right center, and he's into second base with a leadoff double.
Talked about, see where Salvi, he wants this pitch, he wants it up, and where do you put it? Right in his wheelhouse. That's where he makes a living, and a good living down there. See, he's inside the ball, he has that natural lift to his swing. So Duffy didn't hit Salvi's spot. Salvi wanted it up and away. That's where you pitch him. That's how he struck him out his last time up. Jim Thome, future Hall of Famer, was the last left-handed hitter and the only one to take Duffy deep.
And that was in 2011.
Tell you how tough he is on lefties. That's why every team that faced Duffy, managers all have the right-handed bats in there.
Got a pop up. So that will not advance Davis. Steve Pearce, who made the final out of the first inning, flies to Cain, 1 away. And Duffy working on reducing that pitch count, pitches per inning. He threw over 40 to get through the first 2 innings, but 14 in the third and 8 so far in this inning. And now he'll get Jonathan Scope, who was a strikeout victim in the second. And now Duffy is asking Perez to come out and have a chat.
Salvador Perez, Duffy was struggling a little bit, and the crowd was coming up and wasn't getting those pitches he wanted. So Salvador Perez says, you know, let's just take a little tension off here. Go out and throw it by these guys. Trust that fastball. And he answered.
High breaking ball, may have gotten away with a mistake. 0-1 to Scope. He has homered 12 times. Going the other way, but that's back into a sea of orange tonight. Guessing the giveaway was an orange t-shirt. Every other fan here tonight has an orange t-shirt on. And none happier than that little guy who tore off the sleeves so he could show off his guns, and now he's got a souvenir of a lifetime. Good for him.
He got his glove. Yeah.
Oh, 0-2 on Scope. Jammed him. Another happy little guy.
Hasn't used his changeup yet for this time around on Scope. He did his last time up and had Scope shaking his head saying, yeah, that's a pretty good one. After that fastball, Duffy might try to sneak that one on the outer half. We'll see.
Still 0-2. Schoop from the island of Curacao. Base hit into right field. Davis hesitated to make sure it would go through, so he'll only advance to third, and the Orioles have runners at the corners with one out. So pretty good at bat there, fouling off all those pitches and getting a base hit with an 0-2 count.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Duffy didn't expand the zone on him a little bit there, especially on balls down. Didn't see a change up there. He left one up for him. So he wanted it up there, but again, it was right down the middle of the plate. Hitter says thank you on that.
Two on for Caleb Joseph, and Duffy struck him out in the second inning. Fouled away. Mentioned that Duffy has 17 ground ball double plays to his credit this year, a career high by 10. He only had 7 all of last year. Curveball's high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. And their one hit tonight with a runner in scoring position did not score a run. Chris Davis advancing to third on the base hit by Schoop. One and two.
It's the right idea. Had him off balance, looking for that ground ball. Schoop has 2 steals this year. Hasn't been caught, but that's it. They don't run much. Want to stay out of a double play? They might try one here.
Sal setting up outside and fouled away again. Here's the ground ball past Duffy. Zobrist on the bag. Didn't get it. Eric Hosmer points to the Royals dugout. He thought the runner was out. For now, it's a run scored as the ball got through Duffy, and the Royals still almost turned to double play. And in a moment, we might find out if they actually did turn to double play.
They were very fortunate that Duffy didn't deflect that ball, and they wouldn't have gotten any outs on it. But it did, somehow got by Duffy, and Zobrist was going to go get it, and then he decided, hey, look, I think I'll just stay. This ball's going to come to me. Underneath the glove of Duffy, stays at second, and it looked like to me that he got him. I guess not. Good try.
So now it's a 3-2 game, and J.J. Hardy takes a curveball for a strike. Hardy lined to center field in the second inning, and Lorenzo Cain made a nice running play. 0-2. Slide step, and Duffy Strikes out Hardy to end the inning. But the Orioles have runs in the last 2 innings, and the Royals' 3-0 lead is now a 3-2 lead. Baseball is brought to you by Thoroughbred Ford. For great deals on new Ford cars and trucks, visit thoroughbredford.com. Royals scored 3 in the first 2 innings. The Orioles have scored 2 in the last 2 innings. Alcides Escobar had a 2-out loop double up the right field line that scores Salvador Perez. It'll be Escobar, Zobrist, and Gordon in the 5th inning against Mike Wright. Taking all the way and looks at a strike. That's why a hitter can't go to the plate with a predetermined outcome. Assuming that he's going to get a couple of breaking balls first time up and decide that you're going to look at a couple of pitches, and Escobar just let 2 very hittable pitches go without a swing, and now he nearly strikes out on a slider down and away. Trip Gibson, the first base umpire, says no swing.
Surprising, because normally he's aggressive early in the count on fastballs, and then he has a tendency to do that. You get ahead of him and they're going to throw those sliders in the dirt. Looks like Mike Wright is settling in. And he's using mainly fastball changeup. His fastball, we talked about him leaving the ball up. He'll leave some up, but he's been up just enough where he's getting some pop-ups in the outfield.
Still 2-2. And Escobar goes from 0-2 to 3-2. J.J. Hardy, who was Escobar's mentor in Milwaukee, throws out Esky. And there's one down in the 5th inning. Keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD with MLB.tv Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. It includes real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Every night on every device. Visit MLB.tv for details. Wright is now retired 8 of 9. And he misses low to Ben Zobrist. Zobrist has grounded out twice. His ground out in the second inning was the result of a sliding play by Scope, the Orioles second baseman, and that saved a run. And now 1-1.
Yeah, Wright's settling in now because he's not trying to overthrow. Early in the game, he was throwing hard and trying to blow it by guys, and now all of a sudden, he's really repeating his delivery, and he's able to change speeds with his fastball. He's bringing in more sliders the second time through. Now Zobrist starting the third time through. Defense playing Zobrist straight up.
Too low, 3-1. Got a good pitch to hit on 3-1 and fouls it back. Royals have had several games this year that haven't hurt them, but it's a trend where they will score often in the early innings, and then the offense will dry up for several innings, and then they've been able to rally late or hold off the opponent. Hit hard to left field, and Reimold was already shallow. So that's the second time tonight that Zobrist has lost a hit, and there are 2 down. Alex Gordon comes up, and DraftKings shows us the players to watch for today. Go to DraftKings.com, enter the promo code BRoyal. Alex is 0 for 2 so far. Very high to center field. So after scoring 3 runs in the first 2 innings, Mike Wright has held the Royals scoreless over the last 3, setting down 10 of the last 11.
And tomorrow was supposed to be Johnny Cueto pitching. Now it'll be Yordano Ventura. Ned Yost did this earlier in the year with Edinson Volquez. With the day off, he just went to the veteran and Johnny Cueto and said, would you rather pitch the day game on Saturday as planned or pitch Sunday night? And he chose to go with Sunday night, so it'll be Yordano Ventura pitching tomorrow. Talked to Yordano about that, said he found out yesterday it changes nothing. The day before a game, which now is today, he'll throw a little bit and he'll run a few sprints. But he said the day before a game, he's loose, he's joking, he's talking with his friends. He doesn't first begin to feel those butterflies until he wakes up the day of the game. So instead of feeling those Sunday, he will feel them tomorrow and be ready to go.
Yeah, you know, it's always a privilege earned by being a veteran, and manager Ned Yost seeing that. But, you know, the forecast tomorrow is supposed to be 100% rain in the afternoon and 80% at night. So we're fortunate to get that game in. If not, they'll play 2 on Sunday. So nothing you can do about the weather.
One down to Nolan Reimold. A little bit inside. Reimold, who is the Orioles leadoff hitter tonight, walked on 4 straight pitches against Duffy in the first inning and then grounded out to short in the third on a very good play by Alcides Escobar. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and 1.
Denny Duffy, like Orioles pitcher Mike Wright, going more to his secondary pitches here, 3rd time through.
Three and 1. He walks. And his second walk against Duffy. Danny's 3rd and his first since walking 2 in the first. And now he's up to 88 pitches. And they begin to move around in the Royals bullpen. Luke Hochevar will start to play catch. 1 on, 1 out, and now getting into that dangerous, most dangerous part of the Orioles batting order. Machado, Jones, Davis. Those 3 hitters have 93 home runs this year. When the Royals took 3 out of 4 from the Orioles at Kauffman Stadium, one key among others was really shutting down the middle of the order. Adam Jones, Matt Wieters, Chris Davis, and Manny Machado combined for only 10 hits in a 4-game series and only 7 runs driven in that 4-game series. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If you hold the middle of those numbers on any team, you're going to have success.
High and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Got him to chase one out of the strike zone. 2 and 2.
There's no question they're keying on Duffy's fastball. When it's elevated like that, we've seen several foul balls off of that fastball tonight. That's one of the reasons why Duffy's pitch count is up there. You see he's pitching him up once that fly ball. But that ground ball is what's going to help him here. 1 out.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Again, getting him to chase a pitch up.
Duffy looks like he's having a hard time commanding down in this situation. That's what he wants to do. He wants that fastball down in the zone, down around the knees. He does hit it. It's going to be on the ground.
Up again, and another foul ball. '95 pitches for Duffy in a short period of time. Managers and pitching coaches will tell you that it's not just the total pitch count, but it's how many pitches thrown per inning. So 95 in 4 1/3 is a lot of pitches. And he took something off of it and strikes out Machado.
Oh, that was a beauty. Little slider, back door. That's all it did is just take a little off, put a little wrinkle on it. Messed up his timing.
7 strikeouts for Duffy. He had 7 strikeouts in his last start, which was a season high, and now he's done it in back-to-back starts.
Less innings.
And now Jones, whom he struck out twice, still having a tough time getting that breaking ball down. You know, we say sometimes when a pitcher is getting tired, you know, his arm's getting tired, but really the legs get tired first. And when the legs get tired, you will see pitches stay up.
And that's why you see the starting pitchers so heavy into their condition work, running, doing squat work, doing isometrics, and working their lower half for stamina. Got to have it. You don't want to leave one up out over the middle here. Let's get through this inning here.
Now, if Andy Duffy has 98 pitches and we're in the 7th inning, well, then you say, well, he's in good shape. He's been able to spread out those 98 pitches, but it's 98 pitches concentrated into fewer than 5 innings. That'd make anybody's legs tired. And now the updated numbers. Duffy against Jones, 1 for 11 with 5 strikeouts. Changeup, 1 and 2.
Beauty. He's able to command that one down. Same arm motion as that 94, 95 mile an hour fastball. It really does work on the hitter.
And this will be pitch number 100. Instead, Danny's going to flip one over to first base. Tried to follow a changeup away with a fastball in, but that did not hit the target. 26 pitches in the first, 19 in the second, and then 22nd in the fourth. And now his third 20-pitch inning here in the 5th. Jones will strike out for a 3rd time. And the 2nd time that Duffy has struck out Jones to end an inning. That's a season high 8 strikeouts for Danny Duffy in 5 innings. Way to go. games in Baltimore during the American League Championship Series. Lorenzo Cain would go on to win Most Valuable Player in the ALCS as the Royals swept the Orioles 4-0.
He put on a clinic, both sides of the ball. Lorenzo Cain was everywhere. He earned that AL MVP for the series. That was a beautiful display of athleticism, hits, choppers. He hit them all. And now this is interesting little note here. Third at bat of the game versus the opposing starter, which happens to be Mike Wright. Time to unload on him.
Lorenzo in the first inning homered to left center field. And then Wright got him on a pop-up to short in the third. The Royals scored 3 runs in the first 2 innings, and now Wright has set down 10 of the last 11 Royals. And Cain drives it to left field again and gone into the first row. It is the 16th home run of the year for Lorenzo Cain. It's also a sonic slam. Nancy Bates from Olathe just won $100. So congratulations to Nancy. The inning is not over for you. And once again, Lorenzo Cain punishes the Orioles.
Playing in Camden Yards, line drives like that, you get them elevated just enough, they'll make it over. Lorenzo Cain, he is an off-speed pitch. Down looked like a changeup. He waited on it on the inner half. That's why right-handed pitchers don't throw that pitch very often. It moves down and in right there to the wheelhouse of the righty. And Cain is able to bust it with a nice little arc. You see him with that lean back. Took it right out of here.
Brad Brock will come on and pitch to Eric Hosmer when we come back. Time he had 2 home runs in a game. That was against Chicago. He has 2 tonight in the first 6 innings.
Yeah, there it is. That changeup coming down in his wheelhouse, and he's able to hit it out with topspin, which only can happen in a ballpark like this with a low fence. And, you know, Lorenzo Cain with his 17th home run. He had 17 combined the last couple of seasons.
Scope goes to the middle and throws out Hosmer. 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Eric Hosmer facing Brad Brock, who comes on in relief of Mike Wright.
Well, that's exactly what Brock likes to do. He's got a good sinker. It's a lot of ground balls. Opponent's only hitting 202. Heavy with the strikeout, 73, 66 in the third. That's good. Fastball will reach 95. Sinker, slider, split finger.
Low to Kendrys Morales. He doubled and scored in the second inning, and then flied to center in the third. crowd. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Brock is the first reliever into the game. And if you go by ERA, we have the top 2 bullpens. Royals have a pretty big lead over the Orioles, but 2.44 for KC. And it looks like we'll see Luke Hochevar in the bottom of the 6th inning as Morales grounds to shallow right field. And Pierce could not handle it this time. And Morales is safe with what should be a base hit. And it is. And somehow you have to write on your scoreboard that that was an infield base hit.
Yep. You know, Scope, he has one of the best throwing arms of any second baseman in the game, period. So he relied on that. All he wanted to do was get it towards first base. But Pierce is not a first baseman by trade, and he's not Eric Hosmer. And, you know, Hosmer's been playing first base since Little League. That's been his position his whole life, and he's used to throws like that. So Pierce, even though it was a long hop, probably should have made that play.
Low to Mike Moustakas. He is 0 for 2.
He had time to be able to read it, and he boxed it.
Watching that replay, Pierce appeared to be making that play while giving ground, where Hosmer kind of attacks it with his glove. He goes and gets the ball, and Pierce kind of let the ball get him.
Big difference. You want to go get it. But this bout, look where it bounces. Okay, he had it judged properly, but he was moving his glove out of the way and just couldn't get it out.
Now he has a chance to make a good play. And he just couldn't catch the throw back from Machado. Morales is out at second base. Moustakas is at first. And there are 2 down.
Okay, he's got time. Throw was a little bit up and off the line. Machado, his throw was good enough. And Pierce missed another one. I thought it was an errant throw at first, but, you know, look. That glove looks a little floppy.
So the Royals get a break, and now Salvador Perez. Fastball strike from Brock.
It's as straight a fastball as you'll see from Brock. Normally his ball has some downward movement, a two-seamer.
Was that a swing? It was. First base umpire Trip Gibson on appeal says a swing. 0-2. Pitches, and Brock strikes out Perez. The inning begins with Lorenzo Cain's second home run of the game to give the Royals a 2-run lead.
Cain driving the Royals bus tonight.
trusted brand, Honda, and Greg Holland in his last 2 games, which happened to be back-to-back games. 2 innings, 1 in a save situation. Made a good play here on a 3-6-1 double play. No runs scored in those back-to-back outings.
Getting over there covering first base. Way to be there. Helping himself.
Royals were off yesterday, so Holland should be available tonight. Luke Hochevar is out of the Royals bullpen in the 6th inning. He last pitched in the 11th inning on Wednesday, which extended the game to the 12th inning. That's when Minnesota won on the home run by Miguel Sano. And Hochevar will get Davis, Pierce, and Scope in the bottom of the 6th.
Hoche go low 90s to a little bit over mid 90s. We've seen him 96, 97 this year. Cuts that fastball in the low 90s, big overhand curve.
A hard cutter, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Took a little bit off of that.
Davis struck out in the 1st inning, then doubled leading off the 4th, and scored the Orioles' 2nd run. And now here he is leading off the 6th inning. Good breaking ball. You can pitch him down, but it has to be lower than low.
Yeah, and that swing he took right there looked like he got fooled. We see him hit that ball 375 feet to the opposite field. He really has an effortless type swing. Amazes me when I see the home runs off of his bats this year.
Typically, a hitter who holds his hands high is going to be a better high ball hitter than low ball hitter. But once the pitcher delivers, boy, those hands come way down to just above his belt.
He has a natural power hitter's swing. He's able to lift those pitches low, and that's where everybody tries to pitch guys to keep them in the ballpark. And there's a lot of ABs there.
But only 1 since Hochevar's become a reliever. So this is a different Luke Hochevar as far as aggressiveness and pitch arsenal, pitch effectiveness. Sal wants his pitch up. It is, and right down the middle for ball 3.
Well, you know, this is,
well, maybe right now down the middle.
Well, this is a good pitch inside. That's where you want to pitch him.
A walk. As we promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag KC Data Strong Fan. We thank Javid for his photo tonight. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Javid outside to Pierce. He was 0 for 2 against Duffy. Steve Pierce had a breakout season last year, hitting 21 home runs. Royals really shut him down in the playoffs. And that's ripped into left field. Davis will round second and hold. And the Orioles have 2 on with nobody out.
Davis thought about taking third base, but he remembered who was out there again. He says, I better stay right here at second base. Gordon has a lot of career outfield assists throwing guys out like that. That's off the end of the bat.
Now Jonathan Scope. He singled on an 0-2 pitch in the 4th inning, which helped set up the Orioles' second run, and he is struck out. Checked his swing and he took outside.
Good spot. Stay down here. Let that defense go to work for you.
And now 2-0. Dave Island is concerned, and he'll make a call down to the Royals bullpen.
Hoach is not commanding like he wants to do. Falling behind hitters like this is trouble with nobody out.
Good pitch. Cutter that moved just enough, and Scope fouls it away. Ryan Madsen begins to throw in the Royals bullpen. And now a fastball for a strike, and it's 2-2.
See how his pitches are away, then he froze him on that pitch there. I wasn't expecting it.
Chris Davis walked. Steve Pearce single to left. 2-2 on Scope. And a ground ball foul.
Good choice there with a curve. It just stayed up a little. There you go, young man.
Danny Duffy got out of a 1st and 2nd, nobody out in the 1st inning. Curveball high. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Duffy walked 2, then struck out 2 in the 1st inning and got a foul out. And now Hochevar faced with 2 on, nobody out in the 6th, and a 2-run game. Caleb Joseph is on deck.
And you work that cutter on the outer half right here, see if you can get him. Swing and a miss.
He went with that pitch, and it's fouled away.
Hitters like to know if the pitch they fouled off, if it was a strike, and lots of times they'll look at home plate umpire and ask him, hey, was that a strike? Just so they can put that in their memory bank.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Hochevar lost his footing delivering that pitch. And Ned Yost looks like he's not going to give Hochevar the chance to get out of this. A walk, a single, a second walk. And he's going to go to Ryan Madsen.
Hoach just missing some command tonight.
tough time tonight with 2 walks and a single. So he leaves behind 3 base runners with no outs for Ryan Madson. This week, MLS Soccer Sunday returns as Sporting Kansas City continues to fight for playoff positioning against Orlando City. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. And now Ryan Madson on for the 58th time. Out for a couple of weeks with a sore shoulder. And Joseph, Hardy, and Alvarez are coming up with the bases loaded, nobody out. Davis walked, Pierce singled, and then Scope walked.
Got his hands full here. Madson loaded 97, low 90s, 97, cuts that fastball. Great changeup.
Joseph asking for time. Madson was ready to go, and Joseph was just starting to get digged in. Ground ball to third. Moustakas. They get the out at second base, or did they? Zobrist was bobbling the ball. A run scores. No out recorded, and it is 4-3.
Moose almost came up with a dandy. Zobrist realized that he wasn't going to be able to turn 2, so he tried to just catch it and get the force out. He's had a little bit of trouble getting it out originally, and Zobrist just couldn't control it long enough. And you're wondering here if the base runner stayed on the bag. Let's see. Scope. I don't know. Ned wants to review it. Looked like Zobrist had control of the ball and his foot on the bag.
Ouch.
Ooh, that's a nice strawberry there. Ned might have an argument. Be nice to at least get 1 run here. I mean, 1 out. You got to run. You know, he doesn't have it yet, but right here he secured it with his hand in his glove. Now does his foot get on the base? Oh,
it's never came off the base.
Yep, it's going to be close. Okay, this angle right here.
I don't know. It's tough. Yeah. I guess the feeling being that if the ball ended up in his bare hand at the end, I mean, he had to have control of it, right? I mean, it could be rolling around in the glove, but if he has it with his bare hand,
I don't know if there's conclusive evidence.
So as it stands right now, a run home, and the base is still loaded and nobody out. Zobrist did not argue immediately. Just kind of trapped the ball up against his midsection and then pulled his throwing hand away with the ball in the palm. Big play here. A run scores no matter what, but the difference between Ryan Madson being able to get a ground ball and get out of the inning, he is out. So an aggressive call by Bill Duplessis down in the Royals dugout. And I'll be honest, I did not see one that was clear and convincing. The only thing for me was when he pulled the ball away with his bare hand. I mean, you have to have the ball secured with your bare hand. With your glove, it could be bouncing around inside the glove.
Well, watch it here now. He has it in his right hand right now. Yeah, they'll take it. Now roll up a double play.
Inside to J.J. Hardy. So it's a 5-4 fielder's choice. Joseph gets an RBI. Scope is out at second base. And now Pierce at third. Joseph at first. And J.J. Hardy fouls it into the crowd. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hardy was 0 for 2 against Danny Duffy. So that's huge. With no out, the Royals could turn a double play and not be out of the inning, and another run could score. Now a double play, and the Royals are out of the inning with the lead.
Huge call.
Two and one.
That's just good movement on that two-seamer. That ball is sinking into righties. That's exactly what he wants to do. Get that ball going down. His changeup has the same type of action. Of course, that's around 83.
Now 2-2 on Hardy. Gerardo Parra is on deck. He'll bat for Dario Alvarez, the rookie. It looked like a swing, and he went around. So Madson gets a strikeout, and now 2 away in the 6th.
Great action. He stayed with it. That two-seamer's got wicked sink tonight. So Luke Hochevar didn't have his command or his stuff. Looks like Madson's got some really good movement going tonight. See if he can get out of this with just 1 run. That'd have been an incredible job of work.
Parra was one of the hottest things going in the major leagues when the Orioles were in Kansas City, but they held him to 2 for 18. Batting for Alvarez, who homered and grounded back to the mound. Changeup fades outside for ball 1. And now Parra has hit just 140 since that Royals-Orioles series in Kansas City. Tying run at third, Pierce. Backhand stop by Sal. 2 balls and no strikes.
Parra, he's expecting a fastball. I don't know if Davis is going to give it to him.
Little squib foul and a changeup.
Yeah, good call right there. He's looking 2-0. Pinch hitting off the bench. Continue to hold these birds down with runners in scoring position. So far tonight, it is 1 for 8.
Got him to pop it up. Long run for 3 Royals, but Cain is there, and Ryan Madson inherits the bases loaded with nobody out, and the Orioles get 1, and the Royals still have a 1-run lead.
Great job. What a pick, Hocha.
U-verse high-speed internet. The U-verse revolves around you. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. By your Midwest Ford dealers, visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price every day. Royals with a 4-3 lead going into the 7th inning. Second inning for right-hander Brad Brock. He'll get Rios, Escobar, and Zobrist. Ball 1 to Rios, who has lined to center field twice. One of those lineouts was a sac fly. Gerardo Parra stays in and plays right field after pinch hitting for Alvarez. 1-1 to Rios. Just got an email explanation for the overturned call. And we'll read that in just a moment. And belted to center field again. Alex Rios belts his 3rd home run of the year. So 3 line drives to center, each one a little deeper. And finally one that was not playable, and the Royals have their 2-run lead back.
Whoa, I want to tell you what, that ball was an easier swing than the other 2 as well. So the easier the better. Use the velocity on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball and just put a nice easy swing on it and get yourself one. First home run since July 17th. 146 at-bats, and that ball was well struck. That's the way to get that run back.
The bearded Alex Rios. It's his new look since coming back after the chicken pox. The Royals have hit 3 home runs tonight. The Orioles are grateful that all 3 have come with nobody on base. So 3 home runs, only accounting for 3 runs, and the Royals lead is 5-3. Escobar had a fluke RBI double in the 2nd inning, and he's also grounded out to short. And he goes the other way again, and Parra, who's won a couple of Gold Gloves, is out there to make the play. Okay, Hud, here you go. That reviewed play. After viewing all relevant angles, not to be confused with
irrelevant.
The replay official definitively determined that the fielder, Ben Zobrist, gained possession of the ball in his bare hand with his foot touching the base prior to the runner contacting the base.
Way to go, Billy Duplessis.
Scope backs up to get the right hop and throws out Zobrist, who is 0 for 4. And that was the only thing. And looking all the different replays, I didn't see one that was clear and convincing, except if Zobrist pulls his bare hand from his midsection away as quickly as he did, there's no way he could have been bobbling that ball.
Right. He had possession.
Strike to Alex Gordon. He is 0 for 3. Change up down, no balls and 2 strikes. Pitch strikeout against Alex. So Brock gives up the home run to Rios. And the Royals lead is 5-3. On this September the 11th, we will stay here at Camden Yards before taking our break. And God Bless America will be performed on top of the Orioles dugout. Performed by Sergeant First Class of the United States Army, Jesse Neese. And let's send it to the Orioles public address announcer.
Would you please rise and join Staff Sergeant Benjamin Pattison of the United States Army Chorus in singing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Royals a 5-3 lead. That's 1/2 inning after the Royals got out of a mess in the 6th inning. Here the sprint cuts of the game against Ryan Madson.
Moustakas is able to get there and get the force play after a long overturned call. That was beautiful. And then Madson with good stuff. His two-seam sinker was on, and he's able to induce the pop-up to get out of the inning. Oh, big break by the Royals in that inning.
And it'll be Chris Young to pitch the bottom of the 7th inning in a 2-run game. And he's trying to think along with Ned Yost here, bringing in Luke Hochevar in the 6th. And Hochevar came on. He did not record an out. So Ned then had to go to Ryan Madson. There's a pop-up. Hosmer to the 1st row, and it's back into the 4th row. So I'm assuming that Herrera or Davis or Holland is not available tonight, and Ned was hoping for Hochevar in the 6th, Madson in the 7th, and whatever 2 are available for the 8th and the 9th, but he had to use 2 in the 7th, and so he goes to Chris Young.
Okay, well, Chris Young is a fly ball pitcher. He got a good fastball, slider. I mean, I say good. It's not overpowering. It might top out 88, 89, but he locates it properly. And he's a fly ball guy when he's on. In a ballpark like this, got to be careful though. Make sure he gets that ball up just enough, like that. Perfect. When he's on, he's getting guys to pop it up.
And Reimold is out number 1. Reimold has 3 home runs, and now Chris Young gets into 27 home runs with Manny Machado coming to the plate. Machado is hitless so far. He walked in the 1st inning, and since then he has grounded out to 2nd and struck out. Danny Duffy struck out 8 in his 5 innings. He walked 3 and only went 5 because he was over 100 pitches.
Spent it a lot, but they were worth it. 8 strikeouts. He did a nice job. Only gave up 3 hits.
And on a couple of occasions was in a jam and prevented a big inning. Little high to Machado. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and 1. Manny Machado has faced Chris Young 3 times before tonight, and he's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Fastball got the inside, 2-2.
See if he works that slider in. It's a good one. It goes straight down. There's no lateral movement to it.
Laid off the slider down. Full count. And Machado is on with 1 out. Royals have walked 6 tonight, and one of those walks turned into a run. That was Chris Davis leading off the 6th inning. And now Adam Jones comes up, happy to see anybody but Danny Duffy. And he struck him out 3 times, and he's 0 for 3 against Chris Young.
I thought Adam Jones would have more at bats against Chris Young. Look at it.
Sliders in for a strike. time Chris Young pitched, the Royals got 3 innings from him. Came on for Johnny Cueto in the 4th inning against Chicago and went 3, allowing 1 run, matching his longest relief appearance this year. No balls, 2 strikes on Jones.
I'd be surprised, and I can't believe that Machado hasn't already attempted a steal here in 2 pitches. He's got 17. He's got the most on the Birds. But the importance of that is to stay out of a double play. Young has induced 1 this year.
Hit well, left center, and Cain has just enough room. Machado back to first, 2 down. That was on an 0-2 pitch.
Salvy's setting away, and that ball was up, but that's where Young likes to place his fastballs, and he's able to keep it in the yard.
Had him all the way.
Yeah, that's right.
It's only the 2nd time that Chris Young has pitched here. He made a start for Texas, and that was 10 years ago. And now very high to Chris Davis.
This is the kind of matchup you would think would work well against Davis. High fastball pitcher. Davis, good low ball hitter, has a hard time, but of course with the velocity he might be able to catch up to one up there. But let's see, there it is, good spot. Maybe right there at the belt, maybe a little higher. Davis looking for that slider down there.
Perfect location. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now, we always say against Chris Young, the radar may say 86, 87, 88, but that's just what the radar says. That's not how the hitter feels.
No, because of the deception he throws up underneath that ball, and coming out of that big 6'10" frame, it's deceptive. Almost caught the corner there.
And with his long stride and with his long arm, he is releasing the ball much closer to home plate than somebody 6'2", 6'3".
That's part of the deception element.
So he's staying with the fastball, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And now Machado will be running. Just got a piece of it. So this begins to reveal some of the mystery tonight as to who is not available. It's not Kelvin Herrera.
Mega pitch right here.
Fair ball. Rios gets to it very quickly. They're going to wave home Machado. He is safe. He actually ended up going through a stop sign. Third base coach Bobby Dickerson was waving him all the way, and then at the last moment put his hands up. And Machado had his head down. And that makes it a 1-run game.
Well, instead of that high fastball we were expecting, it looked like he went with a breaking ball down and in, and we told you how dangerous this guy is. Now he's holding him up there, and Zobrist, when he caught the ball, hesitated a quick second, but a great head-first dive. He's able to catch the plate with his left hand before Salvy could get the tag on it. Zobrist caught it and hesitated a split second and then threw. I don't think he was expecting him to go home. Almost was able to get out of that Royals still hanging on.
So it looks like Ned Yost is going to ask Kelvin Herrera to get 4 outs tonight. And he comes on with Davis at first and 2 down. Things have not gone as planned. He used Chris Young for 2 outs in the 7th inning. The Orioles get a run to make it a 1-run game, and now Kelvin Herrera comes on with Davis at first base, 2 down, and about to face Steve Pearce.
Kelvin with a good opponent average, 183. Strikeouts are big. He's got the power fastball. Nice changeup. Occasional sliders. And you know, the Royals got a break there as Davis did not continue into second base. He stayed at first base, so with 2 outs, they'll have to find a gapper to score. And then in this ballpark, you may not be able to do that.
Davis has had a big game. 2 runs scored, 1 RBI. And it's Steve Pearce to face Herrera. Pearce 1 for 3 with a single in the 6th inning. Oh and 1. Seven and a third innings for Herrera here, and he is not allowed an earned run.
Like those numbers.
That ball might come back. Hosmer was prepared. Check swing, and that had some funky side spin on it. 0-2 on Pearce.
Seen it happen before. Pearce lucky he didn't even run on that one. But with that type of spin, it started to come back and just didn't have enough on it.
Foul tip and a strikeout. So Herrera only needs 3 pitches to get the final out of the 7th inning. Orioles get a run to make it a 1-run game. Lorenzo Cain will lead off. All he's done is homer twice tonight. Then Hosmer and Morales.
Around the league and a lot of games as we head down the final few weeks with some meaning here. We'll take a look at those scores, and Toronto blasting New York right now 11-5. They still have a doubleheader tomorrow. Texas up 3-0. Minnesota trailing Chicago, Houston, and LA have yet to begin. Our Mazda game break will take us to Arlington. The Rangers in the playoff discussion, and they are beating the A's right now. Mitch Moreland doing the damage there. Tomorrow, MLB on Fox returns as the Royals host the Orioles. And then it's the Tigers and the Indians tomorrow night on Fox Sports 1. And so 11:30 tomorrow on Fox for the Royals. Ken Rosenthal will be a part of that broadcast. He was a part of our pregame show today, guys, on Hy-Vee Royals Live. And the first thing Ken said when he was walking over was, man, there are a lot of Royals fans here. And I said, we've been seeing that all year long. We've become very used to that. He said that, you know, he worked in this market for a lot of years. He said he worked here from 87 to 05, and you'd see Yankees fans and Red Sox fans because it was so close and easy to do. But he said he had never seen Royals fans here in Baltimore like he's seeing here in this series. And I said that's been the case in Seattle. That's been the case in Cleveland. Anywhere that the Royals have gone, there's been blue all over the stadium.
And it's about time for a Let's Go Royals chant. We even have Royals clergy here tonight. That doesn't hurt. We just showed you a shot of Gary Thorne, who is the television voice of the Orioles. He'll be part of the broadcast team tomorrow, along with Preston Wilson, former Major League outfielder. Gary Thorne, in my opinion, one of the greatest hockey announcers in history. In addition to being a longtime baseball announcer.
I love him on the hockey game.
Oh man, could he call a hockey game or what?
Man, he's one of the greatest.
3-2 on Cain, and he will take a leadoff walk.
You know, Lorenzo Cain backed out of the batter's box there like he was disappointed to get a walk. The way he's swinging the bat.
Second time tonight that Buck Showalter has had a reliever out there and face one batter, or a starter rather, and then a reliever face one batter, and then one batter into the inning, making a change. And he'll bring in Brian Mattis to face Eric Hosmer. You to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com, and you'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Lorenzo Cain with our Ram drives of the game. He has two.
Yeah, well struck. The first one was a no-doubter. This one had topspin on it. Playing at Camden Yards, that has a way to get over that fence, though. You see it sinking right to the fan, and he dropped it.
Ryan Mattis throws a strike to Hosmer. Coming on for the 50th time this year.
Mattis has had some good numbers. Low opponent batting average 198, sinker slider. Got a good changeup to righties. Ooh, 2 back-to-back spots that were right where he wants it. Away from Haas. Haas a .283 hitter with 3 homers against lefties. Good numbers. Now the first pitch, that was a strike. Now, where the first one was, and the second one was the same spot.
And your point is?
Make a mistake. Let Haas hit a 2-run bomb right here. That's what my point is. Hope Haas has just got 3 against lefties.
Changeup, and he has a good one. 2-2 to Hosmer.
Yeah, changeup is one of his best, and obviously he has downward break on his changeup. A lot of lefties have changeups that fade in to the lefties, but that one's a good one. It's going straight down. I'm trying to paint the corner again.
Ooh, fouled it off of Joseph. This is a move that a lot of teams have been making lately. Bring in a lefty to face Hosmer, and then Morales. They prefer him to hit right-handed, and then Moustakas. Staying alive, still 2-2 on Hosmer.
Yeah, but with just one man over there on that left side of the infield, Haas, we've seen him get a bunch of his base hits to left field. Maybe he'll just go to left with 2 strikes. I'll try to put his A swing on it. Put his B swing on it. Works just as well.
Hosmer is 0 for 5 against this pitcher. And lays off a pitch, down and away. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Got him with a pitch up and out of the strike zone. Well, Hosmer really hanging in there well and laying off borderline pitches against Mattis. And
sometimes you throw that 4-seamer up there like that, it looks good out of the release point, and then by the time you commit already, it's too late.
Mattis was the Orioles' first-round pick in 2008, and they were waiting on him to be a longtime contributor to their rotation, but he had trouble getting right-hand batters out. And so, like a lot of other former starters with good arms, good stuff, he's made a nice transition to the bullpen. And we'll see how he does with this right-hand batter, Kendrys Morales, who has 2 hits and a run scored.
You know, he's going to see some change-ups.
1-1. Got away from him. 2 balls and 1 strike. You really can't say that that's trouble getting righties out.
No.
253 isn't bad, but it's 100 points more than against lefties. On the ground to third, and the ball goes up Machado's arm, And what could have been an inning-ending double play is a no play, and the Royals have 2 on with 1 out.
th error on Machado, and most of those are on balls like this. A routine play. He overcharged it. All he had to do was break down, set up, and catch it, and whip it over to second base. You see how he came and got it, and he didn't really need to.
And now Moustakas takes a strike. Let's see if the Royals can make the Orioles pay for that. And we told you in the first inning that does not happen very often. An error committed by the Orioles. They have the fewest errors in the American League.
See if Moose goes to left.
Well, tried to. Jones comes in from center field. Two down, and now Salvador Perez coming up, and Buck Showalter is out of his dugout. So again, a lefty coming on for Hosmer, Morales, and Moustakas. The Orioles should be out of the inning without the error. Michael Gibbons comes on to face Salvador Perez with 2 on and 2 out. Michael Gibbons inherits Cain at second base, Morales at first, and will pitch to Salvador Perez.
Talked about the Orioles bullpen with their ERA second to the Royals, and we're seeing a lot of good numbers these guys are having. 186 opponents average by Michael Gibbons, 91 to 98 heavy sinking fastball, slider, and a changeup. Really no need for Lorenzo Cain to rip off third base. Gibbons thinks he does, and man, I'm gonna tell you, he got to be tough on righties with that sweeping arm angle.
Royals saw little of Gibbons when the Orioles were in KC, and Salvador Perez had one at bat against him, and in his second at bat, he rips it into left center field. And for the second time tonight, the Royals answer the Orioles and turn a 1-run game back into a 2-run game. That is the 60th RBI of the year for Salvador Perez.
That was a perfect swing. Left a fastball up right over the middle, only giving up a 191 average to righties. And there it was, right down the middle. Salvi takes it back. And perfect swing. Kept his head on it, bowed to that ball. Man, he had a great approach there and struck it perfectly. Big RBI. Made him pay for the air. That's the one thing we see time and time again, the Royals offense. They are able to capitalize when the opponents make a mistake. Rios swinging a hot bat tonight. He's hit the ball hard all 3 times up.
All to center field. He lined to center field in the 2nd inning, which turned out to be a sacrifice fly. He lined to deep center field in the 4th inning for an out, and then homered to center field in the 7th. So what's left? Even deeper to center field?
Well, how about a doinker?
We haven't had a doinker to center field for Rios.
Right.
And then he would have the center field cycle.
Doinker with 2 outs would score Morales. Anything hit hard, likely they'll have to hold him.
Outside with a slider, and it's 3-1. Royals like Alex Rios' track record, and they have given him every chance to get hot again in right field with other options. They could use Gerard Dyson, they could use Paulo Orlando, but hoping that Rios will be the guy and he'll be hot going into the postseason. And he will take a walk. And Givens is mad. Givens is looking into his dugout for some support. He thought that should have been strike 3. So the Royals have had 4 runners in this inning, and that includes 2 walks and an error. And they're loaded up for Alcides Escobar. And now Paulo Orlando will come out and run for Alex Rios. And you know that Rios is as motivated as he could be. He's getting to the end of his career. He has never played in the postseason. And that's something that inspired him in signing with the Royals, coming off the World Series. Escobar takes a slider outside, ball 1.
You wonder how many more free agents out there will be inspired to play for the Royals.
Two balls, no strikes.
Esky wants the same approach as Salvi. Wait him out, look for something out over, and stay short with your swing. Some of the swings Escobar's been taking tonight have been a little bit much. It's like he's trying to hit the ball to the ballpark.
Dave Wallace, and we will say sometimes the pitching coach jogs out to the mound. Dave Wallace just sprinted out to the mound. That might be. Now that's in slow motion, but yeah. He was running hard all the way up the mound.
He beat the catcher there.
Escobar, that's the second time tonight in a hitter's count that he has overswung at a pitch.
I was telling you, tonight he's really wants to put a little extra, and that's usually you don't get him when you try for him. Just pick up a couple of insurance runs. Ooh, man.
That is the definition of getting your bell rung.
Second time tonight. Four
4 for 8 this year with the bases loaded, and he's driven in 10 of his 42 runs with the bases loaded. Out to Hardy. And for the second time tonight, Hardy throws out Escobar. The Royals, with the help of a leadoff walk and a fielding error, add on a run. Salvador Perez with 2 down drives in Lorenzo Cain to make it 6-4.
Sneak a piece of cheese by a hungry Salvi.
And has a 2-run lead. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler with Joel Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery. Producer Joe Livero. Director Steve Kurtenbach. Associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro. Paulo Orlando ran for Alex Rios in the top of the 8th, so he takes over in right. And Herrera will get Jonathan Scope, Caleb Joseph, and J.J. Hardy. Scope is 1 for 2 tonight with a walk.
That 4-seamer had some great movement. We've been seeing that out of Herrera. Now, when he takes a little bit off, that was at 94, that ball has even more movement. It's a little straighter at 98 to 100.
And that took the mask right off Salvi's head.
Steel bars over that mask are better than titanium. They're heavier. They absorb the blow better.
2-2. Salvi had been using that hockey style mask, which is lighter, but as you pointed out, it doesn't absorb as much of the impact as the old steel mask does.
Yeah, and even though it's heavier, it's much safer. And Salvi finally agreed to use it. He didn't like it before because most catchers don't, because when they get those new modern equipment, it's all light. It feels good on their head. You know, it's very lightweight. But you know, so many catchers have had issues with concussions that it's important for the extra weight.
Ooh. Left center field, deep. And off the wall. Scope goes into second base with a double.
Fastball right down the middle. Good easy swing. Stays in on the hop.
And now Franklin Morales will warm up. Steve Clevenger is going to bat for Caleb Joseph.
Clevenger 0 for 1 this year off the bench.
Oh, and 1 from Herrera.
But there he is over his career. Nice average.
One ball, one strike. That'll be out of play, 1-2. Clevenger's a local kid. First signed by the Chicago Cubs in 2006. Born here in Baltimore. And then traded to the Orioles in 2013. Drafted as a shortstop. And then shortly after becoming a professional, the Cubs moved him behind the plate. Still 1-2.
You know, we hear about a lot of shortstops that there were shortstops early in their career, not sometimes in their amateur career, and then they move behind the plate, and that's because they have good hands and they usually have a good throwing arm, and they make good catchers.
The most famous in recent memory would be Jorge Posada, who was drafted as a catcher, but he was blocked by Derek Jeter, so they moved him behind the plate. And now his number is retired as a Yankee.
Amazing.
Another foul ball.
They're working that changeup on the outer half on Clevenger. Good battle off the bench here. You see how Kelvin grips that ball. That's a good pitch there. He's trying to pull it.
A little bit outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is just the 5th time that Kelvin Herrera has attempted to pitch more than 1 inning. Now, he didn't need much to get the first out, just 3 pitches for the final out of the 7th. But you're talking about only 5 times out of 63 appearances he's had to get warm for 1 inning, cool down, and go back in for another. Moustakas kept it on the infield by getting his glove on it, but it didn't stick in the webbing. So no out. And the Orioles have 2 on with nobody out, and a potential go-ahead run coming to the plate.
Hot smash. Clevenger with a great pinch hit at bat there. He went with this and short hop, smooth. Actually, it bounced on the grass, and he lost it in the transfer.
It's an error on Moustakas. And Ned Yost has said that, Greg Holland, Wade Davis, Kelvin Herrera, just about anybody is capable of pitching more than 1 inning. And yet what they don't like about that is what I just described. Getting hot, cooling down, getting hot again. They're not used to doing that. So it's not the number of pitches as much as it is just the process of pitching more than 1 inning.
Yeah, usually when Herrera is done, he goes in and sits and he doesn't come back. So that's cooled off for a while. The Royals had a little rally in that inning, probably sat for 20 minutes.
Eric Hosmer's ready for a bunt with J.J. Hardy at the plate. Throw back down to second. Didn't get him. Great throw. Maybe on the other side of second base. And Scope is out.
Yeah. Great attempt. And that's the play you do it on a guy that's bunting. Because that guy at second base, he wants to get that extra hop at the end of his lead to try to advance on the bunt. And that's the best time to try to pick him off. Just got his hand back in there.
Hardy has 2 sacrifice bunts. And now he bunts it foul, and it's 0-2.
Gave him a changeup to bunt. Give him that fastball. That fastball is the toughest one to get down. It looked like it maybe had a little slider spin to it. Herrera try to get the strike out here if he can.
Right down the middle and got him looking. There have been several occasions tonight when the Royals really needed a strikeout, and they got it. And now we'll see if Ned stays with Herrera with Parra coming up. He does have Franklin Morales out in the bullpen.
Right down the middle. He froze him. Hardy, you got to go.
And Ned is staying put. And Herrera will pitch to Parra. After Parra, it's right-hand batter Nolan Reimold. Parra pinch hit for Alvarez in the 6th inning and fly to center field. Good fastball over the outside, 0-1. Well, the numbers say that he is better against lefties than he is against righties.
Well, he's got great numbers. Throws that changeup away to the lefties and also the fastball. And he has induced 3 ground ball double plays.
Head in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Scope at second base, hoping the inning with a double. Clevenger at first. He reached on an error by Moustakas. 1 down. Very high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Orioles coming in tonight with a team average of 277 with runners in scoring position. But so far tonight, just 1 for 11.
And a thundering chorus of boos from the 45,420. That might be the loudest booed catcher going to the mound I've ever heard.
Yeah. Boo birds.
Ground ball. Escobar keeps it on the infield and did not get an out. But he saved a run and made it very close on Clevenger at second base. And the Royals will take another look at this play.
Oh, man. Escobar. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to get to it. He went at it with a sense of urgency. And he threw a rocket over there to Zobrist. Clevenger got a good break. Slider that hung up, stayed up in the middle of the plate. They're lucky that they didn't get that ball cleanly through there.
Royals will not challenge. They agree with Gabe Morales' call, the second base umpire. This game has been tense since the first inning. Nolan Reimold with the bases loaded, 1 out. 0 for 2 with 2 walks tonight. This is his first at bat against Herrera. Almost hit him on the belt. 1-0. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. This will be Herrera's 27th pitch. Belted to left field, into the corner, and it hit the foul pole for a grand slam.
See what this pitch was. Looked like a fastball. 95, got down the middle. It looked like he hit it off the end of the bat, and wouldn't you know it, it clips off the pole. So the Birds, with just 1 for 11, actually 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position, they get the big one.
Franklin Morales on with 1 out, nobody on. And the Orioles getting a grand slam from Nolan Reimold to take the lead for the first time tonight.
Yeah, and it's right down the middle of the plate. The only question was, it going to stay fair? And it did.
And now Franklin Morales, which is one out in the inning. He'll be making his 60th appearance. Not bad for a guy that was a non-roster invitee in spring training, with Machado and Jones coming up.
Time to get out of this inning. I wondered how long it had been since the bullpen had given up a grand slam, and Dave Holtzman looked it up, and Aaron Crow gave up a grand slam last September. That's the last time the bullpen has given up a slam.
1-1 on Machado. Curveball makes it 1-2.
Well, there's an occasional curve he mixes in. Fastball, slider, and that curve. Well, this is a no-doubter. Fastball right down the middle. That's back-to-back hitters on pitches that were right in the middle, and they're starting to get it going.
A 5-run 8th inning, a 5-run 2-home run 8th inning. And now Adam Jones with one out. Jones has struck out 3 times, and he's lined to deep center field. Jones has his first hit. Well, the Royals had lost 5 of their previous 6 games, and it was a combination of the Royals not pitching like they normally do and not scoring runs. Tonight they have scored 6, and the Royals ERA now in their last 7 games is over 6. Now Jabba Chamberlain will warm up in the Royals bullpen. Breaking ball for a strike to Chris Davis. Morales immediately put his hand on his chest, and that was his way of saying it was not intentional. And with Davis's reaction and manager Buck Showalter running onto the field and standing at first base right now.
Davis
staring at Franklin Morales. I don't know what that's all about. I mean, when was the last time you saw that happen? I can understand Davis's frustration. It doesn't look good after the home runs, but get off the field.
Oh, he's getting a little bit animated. Showalter doing his best Earl Weaver imitation. He's a little red in the face.
If Buck Showalter had immediately come out and did what he's doing right now, you can understand. He is sticking up for his player, and whether Morales hit Davis intentionally or not, it always looks bad after 2 home runs and a base hit. But the standing at first base, folding his arms and staring at Franklin Morales is comical. Is he going to take on Franklin Morales? Tired.
Yeah, he's sticking up for his player.
That's the first time I've ever seen a manager go on the field, stand at first base, and stare down the pitcher. And I'll bet it's the last time I'll ever see that happen. Steve Pearce is 1 for 4 with a single. This is the 9th man to bat in the inning. Off of Escobar's glove, and another run will score. And hustling into second base is Pearce. Well, I'll tell you what, you have to give the Orioles a lot of credit. They have lost 15 of their last 20. They were down 3-0 very early, and every time the Orioles turned this into a 1-run game, the Royals answered to make it a 2-run game. And facing one of the best relievers in the American League, Kelvin Herrera, they have had a huge bottom of the 8th inning, scoring 6 runs, and now it's 10-6. And Franklin Morales comes out without reporting an out. And here's it from the big Orioles crowd tonight. Lead going into the bottom of the 8th inning. They had Kelvin Herrera on the mound. And now the Orioles lead 10-6. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live. Joel and Monty will go over the highlights. We'll hear from the Royals clubhouse. Java Chamberlain becomes the 7th Royals pitcher tonight and the 3rd pitcher in this inning.
That wheel's falling apart on the Royals bullpen, which is extremely rare. And Royals pitching over the last 7 games now has given up 12 home runs.
Davis is still hot after being drilled by Franklin Morales. And you can't blame him, whether it was intentional or not. Took one in the lower back right after the Orioles hit back-to-back home runs and had another base hit. And Davis had already had a big game with 2 hits, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. Now here's Scope for the 2nd time in this inning. He started all this with a double against Herrera. There is still only 1 out. And the Orioles have runners in 2nd and 3rd, and they've already scored 6 in the inning.
Ed's got his infielders in.
Oh, 0-2. One and 2 on Scope. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good try with a slider. Fastball's up. 95, 96s.
A lot of close calls in this inning. Scope had the double, and then Clevenger reached on the air by Moustakas. Hardy struck out, and then remember the diving attempt by Escobar and throwing to Zobrist at second base. That was very close to being an out. And instead it's turned into a 6-run bottom of the 8th inning. Three and 2.
Scope, he's battling. He's had some good at-bats tonight. Really taxing seeing a lot of pitches. Fouling off the close ones.
Bases loaded with 1 out. And now Clevenger, who had one of the key plays in this inning when he reached on the air, and he really had a battle with Herrera to put the ball in play. And a sharply hit ground ball to third was played into an error by Moustakas, and now he comes up with the bases loaded, 1 out.
And you know, the Orioles have had guys on base all night long and haven't been able to come up with a clutch hit. Royals holding them and scoring a couple, and but been on the edge of your seat the whole night. Orioles finally breaking through. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. A rare time for the Royals to let the wheels fall off.
1-1 on Clevenger. He was appearing as a pinch hitter when he batted earlier in this inning. Pinch hitting for Caleb Joseph. Two and two. And another full count. Clevenger is the 11th Oriole to bat in this inning, and there is only 1 out. And the Orioles have hit 2 grand slams in 1 inning.
One too many sliders. Clevenger met it perfectly right underneath it. Short, compact swing. Unbelievable.
That is the 2nd out. It's taken 12 batters to get 2 outs. It is a 10-run bottom of the 8th inning. Royals led by 2 when this inning began.
Incredible. Especially against the Royals bullpen, even though it's not their normal guys that are out there. They've had 2 relievers. Hochevar and Franklin didn't record an out. Madsen got out of a tough inning. Bases loaded. He's able to wiggle it out with 1.
In the 47-year history of the Royals playing the Orioles, this ties the most runs the Royals have ever allowed in Baltimore. Back in 1990, they allowed 14 runs. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Parra. Royals tonight have hit 3 home runs, but those 3 home runs scored 3. The Orioles have hit 4 home runs, and those home runs have scored 10. Wow. Two and 2. Toronto has defeated the Yankees 11-5, so the Royals are very close from having just a 3-game advantage over the Blue Jays for the best record in the American League. Now to Escobar, and that puts an end to a very long bottom of the 8th inning. 10 runs, 2 grand slams for the Baltimore Orioles. And they lead suddenly by 8. Two runs in the 6th, back to a 1-run game. 2 runs in the 7th, back to a 1-run game. 2 runs in the 8th, and then a 2 grand slam, 10-run bottom of the 8th inning. And as promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Oh, wish we could show you some different highlights, folks, but man, that's a rarity. 2 slams in 1 inning, and the Birds doing it to the Royals bullpen. Just got to credit the Orioles for not giving up and not missing their pitches.
Strike to Ben Zobrist. Clevenger, who hit the 2nd grand slam, was pinch hitting for Caleb Joseph, and he takes over behind the plate. Orioles have done a nice job tonight of holding down the top 2 hitters in the Royals batting order. Zobrist and Gordon are combined 0 for 8. Giordano Ventura and Chris Tillman tomorrow afternoon. That game can be seen tomorrow on Fox. And then the Sunday game will be Johnny Cueto starting for the Royals. He and Ventura flip-flop Saturday and Sunday. And there's a base hit up the right field line. So Zobrist has his first hit. And he checks into second base with a leadoff double. Now Alex 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Was he able to check his swing? Yes. Sam Holbrook is the third base umpire. Two and 0. Mike Wright went the first 5 for Baltimore. The Royals got 4 runs against him. And the Royals got 2 more runs against Brad Brock. Brian Mattis 2/3 of an inning. And this is the second inning for Michael Gibbons. 2-1. Broken bat, and that's handled by Hardy. 1 down. And now Gibbons will get Lorenzo Cain, and lost tonight in the 10-run 8th inning is the fine game by Cain, who has 2 home runs and has scored 3 times. He's driven in 2, and then in the 8th inning he opened the inning with a walk and scored a run to give the Royals a 2-run lead. One and one.
Gibbons really sneaky quick. That sidearm delivery, fastball slider. Ball is deceptive, especially with that arm angle.
Two and one. Into center field. Zobrist will go to third base. And that's a 3-hit game for Lorenzo Cain, and he's been on base 4 times.
Good adjustment here with his swing. Just trying not to do too much. Just hitting it right out there in that low Cain triangle area. Good swing. Nice and easy.
Hosmer 0 for 3 tonight with a walk. Another crack bat, and Machado a step into foul ground, 2 away. Well, it's been a disappointing year for the Orioles this season. 96 wins last year. They lost Nick Markakis and Nelson Cruz, a lot of power from their order. They've had some injuries to deal with. And Morales is hit on the leg. And Ned Yost is about to run out and stand at first base for 2 minutes and stare at Michael Gibbons, or maybe not. I think the only thing Ned's asking is, wasn't there a warning? And if there's a warning and you feel like it might be intentional, there should be an automatic ejection.
Well, you know, down low like that, you can say is Gibbons is pitching in.
Mark Carlson realizes that maybe the best thing for now is just to keep this thing moving along.
See if Moose can put one in the seats.
strike over the outside. So a frustrating year for them. And yet tonight, big crowd, 45,420. The Royals broke the Orioles' hearts last year in the American League Championship Series, so you know this has to feel good for them, even though it's just one game. Mike Moustakas goes the other way, and he'll drive in 2.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised at all. The Royals, they refuse to quit. They never quit. That's not in their vocabulary. Good swing by Moose. Got him a base hit and 2 steaks for his birthday. Look at that beautiful stroke. Easy as can be. There you go.
John Russell is the acting manager. He's the bench coach. Last thing he wanted to do is make a pitching change in a game like this, but he's forced to do that and bring in Chaz Rowe. Which is one of the cooler names in Major League Baseball. Salvador Perez got a huge hit, what seemed like a huge hit at the time, in the 8th inning. Royals had a 5-4 lead in the 8th inning, and with 2 outs against the just departed Michael Gibbons, Salvador Perez singled to center to score Lorenzo Cain. That gave the Royals a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 8th inning. And then the 10-run bottom of the 8th for Baltimore. What are we out of play? And the Royals are down to their last strike. By the way, the Orioles scored 12 runs in the 4-game series against the Royals in the ALCS. And they have 14 tonight, 10 in 1 inning. One ball, 2 strikes. Still 1-2.
Chasro going with all sliders. He's holding it with a changeup grip. He's got one of those too. Two-seam sinker.
Popped up. Machado makes the play. And the Orioles with that big 10-run 8th inning, they take game 1 against the Royals 14-8. Reimold and Clevenger hitting grand slams in the inning. Last time the Royals lost scoring 8 or more runs was over 2 years ago. They lose tonight. We'll be right back.